exceeded our targets in that respect, mainly because of collaboration, which were beneficial in advocating for social cohesion and equity programs, partnerships that were forged, especially in terms of the remote engagements that we had during the time of COVID, but also just partners coming on board a lot more and recognizing the importance of psychosocial support for learners and for teachers and those associated with schools. 5.1.5 looks at the districts implementing a program on school assemblies to end school-related gender-based violence. We achieved the target in that respect. Next slide, please. And slide 90 onwards just looks at the detail of how many schools, what kind of psychosocial support was provided, what kind of health promotion activities, planning happened within the year, and also HPV vaccination that was done on grade 5 and 6 girl learners. We also have monitoring in terms of the safety framework and supporting districts and to a certain extent schools on implementing the safety framework, social cohesion, sports and enrichment programs, amongst others. Next slide, please. Particularly because of the concerns around safety in education, the disaster risk management activities with partner departments, risk assessment tools were developed and piloted in provinces, and also a violence and bullying prevention campaign implemented in Mpumalanga. This is again just by the department. There were additional ones done through provinces, and those will come through in the provincial reports and APPs in the coming period. In terms of sports and enrichment in education, those championships, schools, competitions, and national championships were successfully held on slide 91. Next slide, please. In terms of sports and enrichment in education, there were various activities to support different codes within schools. Next slide, please. And then similarly, in terms of social cohesion and equity in education, we have slide 93, which really provides information on the school's moot court program, where 778 participants were reached. The Inkosi Albert Lutuli oral history program, national finals were held and successfully hosted, and National Heritage Council program, amongst others. We also had the administration of the TRC Educational Assistance Program, is something which has been going on for just around 2 decades, where 2,000 out of 2,109 applications received for the financial year, 1,610 were processed for payment, and that means that victims of the TRC were acknowledged within the TRC process of apartheid era crimes against families were able to be provided with some level of support through the department's work. Advocacy, training on protocol for management and reporting of sexual abuse and harassment. The protocols were distributed, and work on gender-based violence, as I mentioned earlier. There are 3 provinces targeted to receive the intervention in addition to what partners and others brought to the table in respect of gender-based violence interventions. Then there's work on social cohesion relating to girls and boys education, social inclusion of sexual orientation, gender identity expression and sexual characteristics in schools, social and workshops to support and celebrate women, amongst others in the department. Slide 94 shows the detail of the work, the partnerships across provinces in this respect. Next slide, please. I will hand over, thank you very much. I'll hand over to my colleague as directed by the chair, or by the DG, sorry, through you, Chair, Honorable Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues. I'll be presenting on the financial report for 2021-22 financial year. Next slide, please. This slide just reflects the budget that was allocated to the department for the financial year and the expenditure thereof. And the department spent 99.8% of the budget for the financial year. Next slide. And this slide is showing expenditure per economic classification. And then just two areas to note on this slide is goods and services, which is showing over expenditure, and the payments for capital assets that is showing under expenditure. These two items, the reason there's over expenditure on goods and services is because the department provided portable toilets to schools during COVID, and that cannot be paid as capital. So they were paid under goods and services, but the budget was lying under payments of capital expenditure. And the underspending offsets the overspending on the item of goods and services. Next slide. This slide is also showing expenditure per economic classification, but this one is in more detail, which is showing the ASIDI program. Compensation of employees for ASIDI program overspend a little bit there by 3.3 million, and the goods and services is 169 million. This is the amount that I was talking about that was spent on portable toilets. And then the compensation of employees is covered by the overall compensation of the department. Next slide. Next slide. And this slide is showing expenditure on conditional grants. What happened here is that we transferred all the allocation for the various grants to all the provinces for the financial year. Next slide. And then we move to the audit outcome of the department. Next slide. This slide is showing audit outcomes over the last 5 financial years. For the first 3 years, the department obtained a qualified audit opinion, and there was an improvement in 2020-21 financial year with unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis. And then in 21-22, there was unqualified opinion with no matters of emphasis. Next slide. And on the next slide, we are showing the audit action plan of the department. There are a number of issues that the Auditor General raised in the department. For instance, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, where there was a possible financial loss incurred as a result of cancelled or stopped projects. And the progress on that is that investigation was conducted on the SAFE program to check for fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And the report is in draft, and it's still in the process of being finalized. There was also possible overstatement of immovable tangible assets. This is in respect of the transfers of completed schools to provinces. And the department appointed additional QSs, 10 to be exact, and ASIDI processed 1,702 final accounts compared to 2982 pieces that have been achieved. And for SAFE, they processed 292 on final accounts compared to 1,403 pieces. Next slide. We also look at possible fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And on this one, there were some defects that were identified on ASIDI infrastructure, and the matter was referred to the Mvula Trust. And then AOPO, I won't go into this one, it was explained in the performance part of the presentation. Next slide. The number 6 there is irregular expenditure. There was incomplete documents submitted for audit. This one is in terms of procurement that was not done through the SCM process, but that has since been changed. All procurement in the department for goods and services is done through SCM directorate to ensure that all the documents are attached to each payment, or all the documents are attached. Next slide. There was also non-compliance to laws and regulations, where the variation, it said here the variation order was not approved by the DG. And then the relevant implementing agent has been asked to submit the documents in this respect. And then I'm on going to number 8, as it was also dealt with through the performance information. Can we go to the next slide? It's a potential irregular expenditure. It is alleged irregular expenditure not confirmed within 30 days. The investigation unit has conducted the analysis of all transactions and still obtaining management responses in this respect. And the last one is the non-compliance with laws and regulations, where the appropriate action not taken with respect to possible BEE certificate misrepresentation. Here, the department was waiting for the annual report to be tabled in Parliament, and then it will be submitted to the BEE Commission. Next slide. Oh, yeah, consequence management. Consequence management, some fruitless and wasteful expenditure cases were not investigated. The relevant investigation committee is in the process of conducting investigation. And one case relating to DBSA, the draft report is still to be shared with the implementing agent for responses. Next slide. The next slide is the DBE input on the sector audit. This sector audit was presented by the Auditor General to the committee. And then the explanation of the work that the DB is doing to support provinces. There are 3 findings that were identified by the Auditor General. It was on the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, National School Nutrition Program, as well as the infrastructure program in the department. Monitoring of how these findings are being addressed has been included in the performance agreements of the relevant DDGs. The following slides are the details of the information on these findings, but I won't go through them because this Auditor General went through during their presentation. Can we go to the next slide? Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, these are all the slides to do with the sector audit report. Next slide. And then the next few slides are irregular expenditure. I'll just talk to the first page, and then the rest would be the same information. Just go to the next slide. This slide is showing the irregular expenditure that was incurred by the department over a number of financial years. The one that shows the highest is the one in 2020-2021, which shows 3.376 billion rands. It must be noted that although the amount is so high, it was not all incurred in this financial year. The amount was the relevant unit, which is the infrastructure unit. They went to all the implementing agents to look at the procurement documents in relation to the infrastructure program. And then they picked up that there was a lot of irregular expenditure that was incurred in previous years. But because the expenditure is, the assets are still in the books of the department, we had to account for it. So yes, it was high, but it was not incurred all in the same year. It was from previous years. Next slide. And then this slide is just showing the amounts in detail for each for each financial year, as well as where it's coming from. Next slide. And then this one is indicating the details of what led to irregular expenditure. For example, the first bullet they're showing the management fee paid to IAs. This is where some of the IAs were not appointed correctly in the beginning of the program. and their management fee rather, was recorded as irregular expenditure. And there are some cases where the supply chain processes were not followed correctly. Next slide. Next slide. And then this slide is showing the details of the irregular expenditure, which implementing agent was involved, the nature of the irregular expenditure, and then the extreme right shows the action that was taken after the investigation of the irregular expenditure. So this one is goes into detail of every implementing agent and various non-compliances that were incurred. So I will move, this is from slide 121 to 144. If we can go to 145, please. Yeah, this is possible irregular expenditure. And this one, it means that it's a potential irregular expenditure that the department may have incurred. It has to be investigated first before it is included in the main note of the irregular expenditure, because it means it might be confirmed as irregular expenditure or it might not. Next slide. So these are the details of the areas that were investigation was conducted on to check whether it's irregular expenditure or not. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, up to the end of possible irregular. The next ones are fruitless and wasteful expenditure. If you can go to the next slide. This slide shows the details of fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was incurred within the department. And it also shows the service provider where the irregular was incurred and the project and the item or the reason why there was irregular expenditure. As we can see there, in some cases, interest was paid. And then materials packing and packaging distribution and stipend. This was for the Karigude project and the amount to that. And then progress, it varies. There are cases where investigation is still in progress. And then the others, the investigation has been completed and relevant action has been taken. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, this is still continuation of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Next slide. Next slide, 154. On this slide, we are showing progress on fruitless and wasteful expenditure in relation to the Karigude project. Originally, the department incurred irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure rather, of 10.126 million, and then an amount of 5.17 million was recovered from the at the time the program was still running, and then there was a balance of 4.09 million that is still outstanding, and the remaining amount. The case was reported to the Special Investigation Unit, and the matter was referred to the Hawks for further investigation. And the department has completed and submitted the documents as requested by the Hawks. And then in the last meeting, the Hawks promised to review the documents and discuss the case with NPA. Next slide. And then this one is also showing the details of the Karigude recoveries that happened. In the first one, 60 coordinators, the 5.9 million that I spoke about in the last slide is showing that 60 coordinators who ordered LTSM based on the number of learners. And then all outstanding stipends that were to be paid to volunteers were withheld. Hence, we were able to recover the 5.1 5.917 million. And then there was also LTSM that was collected from the volunteers who had fraudulently registered learners in the campaign. And that saved the department about 3 million. And then there were also braille machines that the implementing agent at the time, SABNT, had to pay for failing to account for 142 braille machines that were never recovered from blind learners. So the department received that 700,000. Next slide. And then there's also possible fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Next slide. This one is the same as the possible irregular expenditure. It has to be investigated first and then confirmed before it can be moved to the main node. And it shows a possible fruitless expenditure over the various financial years. Next slide. Next slide. This slide shows recoveries of irregular expenditure for other service providers. There was a fruitless and wasteful expenditure for Nexus, not fruitless and wasteful, sorry, it's irregular expenditure. And then there was a recovery of 400,000. The service provider gave us a credit note, and we were able to recover that money. And then there was also irregular expenditure in relation to adopt a school. But this one, the matter was written off in the 2021-22 because it was referred for arbitration, and the decision was that the amount be written off. Next slide. And then condonations. Next slide. Condonation of irregular expenditure. An amount of 897,747,000 was condoned through the DBSA, and this was reduced from the irregular expenditure reported in the department. And then the other IAs have applied or are in the process of applying for condonation, and this has not yet been granted by National Treasury. For the Kuha Development Corporation, they've applied for 754 million. And then the Mvula Trust has applied for 1.161 million. It's in the process of application. Next slide. And then there were also material irregularities. Next slide. These ones were reported by the Auditor General. I'll just go to the progress to date. I won't go through all the information. This was interest paid on payments not made within 30 days. The investigation team finalized the analysis of additional information on the report, and it was shared with the affected line function for comments after revision, and comments were considered, and further adjustment was effected, and final report was circulated for final comments by 7 October 2022. Next slide is the material irregulation number 2, which is feedback on Karigude. For Karigude, I've spoken to this, but there's also another, just on the first slide, that the investigation officer where officers were to present the solicited information from the department to the prosecuting authority for completeness of information from DBE and for determination on the way forward on the case. Next slide. The third one is the payment for goods not delivered. This one has to do with the Mvula Trust. The amount that there was an amount that was paid of 78 million, which was a prepayment, and 56 million of this was confirmed as the amount spent, and there was 22 million which has not been that could not be accounted for. 16 million was recovered previously by the department from Mvula Trust, and the balance of 6 million was recovered from management fee during the month of October. So it means the whole 22 million that was that could not be accounted for has been recovered. Next slide. The fourth one is the part payment, is the payment not made within 30 days, resulting in the withdrawal of the contract from site and cancellation of the contractual arrangement. The progress on this one is that the revised report, after further consultation with the relevant affected line function, which is ACIDI and SCM, to clarify on areas of concern, and the completed and revised report was shared with DG and Labor Relations. And then the necessary action will be taken afterwards. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, thank you. That was the last slide from my side. I'll hand back to the DG. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chair, I don't know whether the DG, where he is, the network is not good. But
we are done. We are done, DM. I'm sorry, I was battling with the gadget.
okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
DM.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. This is the presentation of the annual. It's a bit detailed because it includes all these other audit and audit action plan and the possible whatever, all what has been presented. So this is where we are. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, DM and your team. Members, that's DBE's annual report. That's their BRRR. Can we engage on it? Can I note hands if there are any? Are we good? You can allow them to. I'm noting Honorable Nodada's hand. Siwela Sukars, in that order. Nodada, you can proceed.
Chair, good morning. Can I just check, Chair, my audible? I'm just also on the ground doing a bit of oversight. Okay, thank you so much, Chair. And thanks to DBE for the presentation. I think we did indicate in the last presentation by the AGSA that a lot of questions are mainly for DBE, as well as the entities and some specific provinces, Chair. So I'm going to try and be as effective as I can in some of the questions, mainly on the BRRR. Some questions may be in relation to things that spill over from the last financial year into the financial year that we're already in, just to track a bit of progress. But I think as a buffer, Chair, or an introduction, I do think there are some recommendations that I would like to make to the committee that we should take note of, and ultimately at a later stage put on our program to ensure that we follow up on some of these issues that have been pointed up in here. The first one, Chair, is around program 2 that has been spoken about in relation to the devices for special need learners and the failure of those particular service providers or cellular network companies that didn't deliver those devices on time. The question I have on that is, what has been the impact of those not being delivered, one? But two, what alternative solution or intervention was put in place to try and cover the shortfall by MTN and SACE that failed to deliver those devices, particularly for special need learners? And if, for example, we can, be given that detail, and if it's not obviously available verbally, I mean, there's always room to kind of write in detail for us to better understand the the report from DBE, despite the presentation, but I would like to get further clarity on that particular one. I take note of the international tests. I mean, I had the privilege of meeting the professor that actually leads the pearls and the teams. So I'm not going to ask any questions on that. Then just to move on, Chair, in terms of the 100% achievement on, in fact, in this case, it's 81% of the department. This achievement based on targets must always be linked to evidence of improved learner performance in the classroom. I want to check with DBE, and maybe the DG can guide and the colleagues in DBE as to how will DBE demonstrate this to us as a committee, the link between the 81% achieved targets versus evidence of improved learner performance in the classroom, and which indicators or reports must we be looking at, or and they can produce evidence to show this instance. And I ask this because the AG in the last presentation did indicate that there's some targets that, you know, are questionable, you know, but mainly those questionable targets were in relation to 2 provinces. But I always have an intricate interest of the targets that are being set, then being achieved, having an impact on the learner performance in the classroom. And I think it's something that we need to note that. The second thing is that the report on the AG points out the non-effectiveness of the internal audit, since most findings could have been picked up before time, addressed, or even prevented. The question I then have is, I know the internal audit has presented to us, but DG, how effective is the internal audit of the department? Are there shortcomings in that regard? Are there capacity issues? Why are these things falling through the cracks when they can be addressed before they are even picked up by the AGSA? If we can just get an understanding as to how are some of these things falling through the cracks. The third one is that challenges over the years have been associated with implementing agents, which I've been very vocal and strong about. And I wanted to check as to, one, what systems have been built to prevent these from reoccurring, because it's something that has been happening throughout the years. And I've seen now the CFO, acting CFO, alluding to some of the irregular expenditure over the years attributed particularly to these. So the question I then have, the second question I then have in terms of the implementing agents and the challenges in relation to them is, have we identified who are the implementing agents that are contributing to the challenge of irregular, fruitless expenditure and the potential thereof? And what consequences have been put in place for repeat offenders or implementing agents that continuously contribute towards this? And looking at all the projects, which is the last question, in fact, second last question in relation to this one, looking at all the projects that have been taken over by implementing agents, particularly in infrastructure, how many of them have overspent? With what reason amounting to what cost? And if that information is not directly available, can I please request that that information be emailed to the secretary of the committee, of how many implementing agents have overspent with the projects that have been allocated to them, with what reason, amounting to what cost, so that we can be able to get that full information on what is being done there. Thirdly, Chair, my third question is going to relate to the Auditor General's report as well. And this one also is linked to the fact that the AG says there are shortcomings in terms of the department being within the laws, in particular the triple PFA, in awarding tenders to do this work. And this has resulted in material non-compliance, particularly in supply chain management. So the question I then have is, with these being a continuously reoccurring issue where lower scoring bidders are awarded work rather than highest bidders that are competent and are able to supply the information that is required as per the triple PEFA, what mechanisms are put in place to try and avoid this reoccurring non-compliance, particularly in the awarding of bidders? And in relation to that, do we have any information about officials in the supply chain management department, in particular, that have contributed to the non-compliance or the material non-compliance, as the AG puts it, of this particular issue around the triple PFA, which ultimately results with the department not meeting the PFMA standards that are required of them? So that's a question that is linked to that. Chair, just to move on a little bit more, just checking my notes if I've missed anything here. Okay, so based on some of the provincial performance, the department continuously raises that, look, the information that that resulted in us not meeting a certain target was based on the fact that the province was supposed to send us information. And I think that requires much more oversight, because it obviously, with a decentralized system, there's a need for DBE to play a much more wider oversight role in this instance. So the question I have around the provincial performances, if the DBE has information, and if not, I would suggest that we invite 3 provinces in particular, Chair, to ask specific questions that are related to national outcomes. The first one is the reasons for the financial statements or the poor financial statements in the provinces. What interventions are being put in place to try and fix the issue and assist those provinces that have poor financial statements? That's the first question. The second one is that, Gauteng and Mpumalanga have material adjustments in terms of their budgets against the PFMA. As one of them was the issue around deep cleaning in schools during COVID. Is there any report that we can get on consequence management of those that are responsible for these particular material adjustments against the PFMA? The third one, Chair, is that there are provinces that are still reliant in terms of the NSNP. They are still reliant on a centralized system, whereas we see that the provinces that can provide better and efficient national school nutrition programs have decentralized the system. Is there a reason why these provinces are still in a centralized system of NSNP, or is there a way in which they can be moved over to a decentralized manner so that they can provide nutritious meals? The last 3 questions, Chair, I have, I've taken notes here on the monitoring of underperforming schools. And the reason that has been cited there is that underperforming schools in KZN, Eastern Cape, and Limpopo are mainly due to the fact that those are historically disadvantaged learners in disadvantaged communities, or what we call former disadvantaged communities. Now, the question is, Chair, having noted that this is something that's reoccurring in terms of underperforming schools in those particular areas, is it not time that the department considers, because this is part of the reason why parents take their children far away from the communities in which they live to seek better schools, is because a lot of our schools still have Section 20 schools, and they try to push their learners to maybe Section 21 schools, or schools that are much more in a better financial position, that's got better quality teaching and all of that. Is it not time for the department to start looking at mechanisms to put in place to also solve the problem around implementing agents and building of schools, of having a collaboration model of schools? I've got an example of the Curo School, for example, in Cape Town. There's an example of the Jakes Gerwel School and various other schools that are in disadvantaged communities that try to provide quality education in collaboration with the department, meaning that the financial cost to build those schools, the governance of those schools, the administration, the management of those schools is a shared responsibility between that particular collaboration, public-private partnership that is in place, and the community that is there, so that those learners don't get left behind, as we see in the instances of KZN, Eastern Cape and Limpopo, of those underperforming schools. And this question is linked to the fact that we were promised here, during SONA, that there will be a special purpose vehicle that will try and solve some of these irregularities, that will try and solve some of these backlogs that see us, hiring out toilets to put in schools during COVID because it's still pit toilets and so on. So I want to ask the DG, what mechanisms are put in place for collaboration models where public and private partnerships are put in place to, one, build schools, better govern them, better manage them, so that we alleviate the pressure of sending children to schools outside of their communities because they're looking for better schools, and the schools in their communities are either underperforming or they are bad schools, to put it crudely. And then the last one, Chair, is the possible fruitless and wasteful expenditure investigation reports that are taking, in fact, investigations that are taking place. CFO, do we have, for example, timelines? Because you are indicating that these are irregular or possible irregular and fruitless, wasteful expenditure of the previous financial years that have built up over time that needs to be investigated and then ultimately declared either irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure. How many of those reports, because I've seen that there's a list that is put in place. How many of those reports could you maybe possibly report on, one, or two, give timelines on when they can be reported on to determine whether they're fruitless or wasteful in that regard? My other questions, Chair, are for obviously SACE and Umalusi later on. Thank you so much, Chair. Sorry for the background noise, Chair. I'm just on the ground as well.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Sewela. Honorable Sewela, can you hear me? Honorable Sukers?
Good morning, Chair. Thanking the department for their report. I don't have as many questions, but I firstly want to support the suggestion made by Honorable Nodada for provinces to come and present to the committee on the issues that he has highlighted. I have issues specifically to do with oversight being attended to and is to come before the committee. Make a comment, and the issue I think for me is that we tend to measure the department's performance against the inputs rather than what is the real world impact. And there is a significant investment that is being made by the South African taxpayer. And I think as we deal with the issues on the ground of what sacrifices ordinary South Africans make in order for us to sit and have an investment, one of the biggest in Africa, certainly, into the lives of our children. So when you in business make a significant investment, you want a yield and you want to see impact. So as public representatives, on behalf of the people of South Africa, we vote the resources to the DBE. And the public does not want to know what things that are being achieved. So for instance, know how many fewer bullying incidents occurred, not how many presentations were made on bullying. And this we need for each and every program. I want to emphasize, we really need to see what is the impact of the investment that certainly does not speak to the, and we know what is being done, but we don't know how effective, that is in terms of.
Honorable Sukers. Honorable Sukers.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
We are a bit struggling with your network. You are cutting. I'm not sure the department will be able to.
Chair, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but you are cutting a lot.
To hear. Chair, can I? Okay, Chair, can I do this? Can I go out, somebody else asked so that I change to a different device?
Can you try that?
If the sound is that bad, and what I will have to do is get out of this gadget and go on to something else.
Yeah, can you try
something? Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, can you try something else? In the meantime,
I'm going to try that, but they will, then I'll, yeah.
In the meantime, can we get you to get a microphone?
I then will stop you and first do that. So somebody. Yes.
Can I continue, Chairperson?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for the opportunity and thanks for the presentation by the department. But I would also support the suggestions made previously to say the provinces are the ones that are accountable for the mistakes that are committed in their audit reports. For example, the findings on Eastern Cape where no account for infrastructure asset was reported due to lack of sufficient appropriate audit evidence that support the reported amounts. I mean, this is very serious. You cannot just submit a report that does not reconcile with one another, the report and including the amount. And this is not for the first time, DBE, that this kind of non-compliance have been reported by the provinces. So even though in the response from the one who was presenting that the verification and validation processes takes place late, this it's unacceptable reasons. You cannot come here and tell us about such reasons only because the Auditor General has presented to us such shocking audit outcomes. And how do you plan to intervene on the daily and monthly controls? Because I believe if there was prior intervention on monthly controls, there wouldn't have been such mistakes that would have been reported. So how do you plan to strengthen the supervision of implementing agent? Please don't go back to when somebody responds, don't refer us to the reasons that you gave about the need to monitor, the need to do. This is no time to tell us about the need. We need a concrete, a plan that is supposed to be implemented here. Overspending and directing monies for the purpose not intended to. We heard about a case of the Northwest Province in one of the schools where the money for the meal for the children was used to do pavements, stupid pavements, and building of carports. My question is, who approved such misdirections to take place? What are accountability measures put in place about this? How can you prove to us that your department prioritize and implement the AGSA recommendations? Because it's not for the first time. It has been happening. Such mistakes has been committed, but we have never heard of a report where you say, in this school, this is what happened, and the principal has been asked to resign or whatever, which would have been the best ways of solving such problems. And then if you have proof thereof, say for an example, you say you prioritize and implement the AGSA recommendation, which proof can you present to us? And to ask further to say, why is there still the same findings recurring? And then the other question is about the fruitless expenditure. Really, even in this irregular and fruitless expenditure, to say you are still going to ask relevant people to submit documents. I feel you prepared this information just to present for us today, but this is not exactly what you are doing in real terms. It's just for purpose of writing and preparing to us. This is not on, and this is unacceptable, Department of Basic Education. These people must be charged and expelled. And the same applies if there are officials who are also involved in this, who are approving, the monies that are not supposed to be spent for something. It's just charging them and expelling them. So there is no consequent management in place in your department, because each and every time you tell us about the cases that are still going to be investigated. Not today. Today, we were expecting you to say, these are the cases that were investigated, and this is how we did this, but it's not presented to us. You tell us about the need to, unacceptable. We cannot take it. This is unacceptable. We need better reasons and better approach to stop this from happening. And also in connection with the procurement problems, the procurement problems that is also echoed in your presentation, it's really unacceptable. For you to say the contractor's appointment was a problem, and as a result, you gave those people written warnings. There's no space for written warnings here. We don't expect that they must be charged and be expelled. So I just feel that to the DBE, please be serious about these issues. But if you feel you can't handle the issues, do us a favor and resign from your positions and allow new people to come and lead this department in a proper way. I know you usually don't accept criticisms in a positive way. Whenever a person criticizes the DBE, the way you respond definitely is some other issues. So I just feel that the DBE is not doing enough to rectify the mistakes that are repeatedly done by the provinces. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Sukers, are you back?
I am back, Chair. Let me check with you if the sound is better, Chair.
Yeah, you can proceed now. It's fine.
Yes.
Chairperson. Chairperson.
Principal.
I don't know what is wrong with my gadget. I'm unable to raise my hand. Can you count me in on your queue?
Okay, we'll do so.
Thank you.
Chair, I'm also back.
You can proceed, Sukers.
Okay, Chair. Yeah, Chair, just I'm not going to go into the full preliminary comment, just to say that instead of us measuring the department's performance against inputs, we need real world impact. And I made the example of the investment in an anti-bullying program. We need to know how many fewer bullying incidents occurred, not how many presentations were made on bullying. We need to understand what is the impact. And then, of course, I have supported the suggestion by Honorable Nodada around 3 provinces coming before the committee or more or all. And because I was saying there are issues of oversight, specifically in my constituency in the Western Cape, issues that needs attention, and we need the departments to respond, because clearly they do not respond to individual MPs, and it is a problem. So I am going to focus on 5 areas, but the same questions could be asked almost on every section of the report. The first is how many research reports were completed in the last year, and how many were targeted for last year? How many research topics were targeted for last year? How many uploaded to the research repository? And what research areas are you targeting in this financial year? Then secondly, in terms of legislation, regulation, and policy and frameworks, I note that the interdepartmental team is working on the 2nd Children's Amendment Bill. What is the next steps in that process, and what is the target date? Also, what other legislation, regulation, or policy frameworks were under development in this period? What milestones were completed in the year under review, and what are the planned milestones for this year? That is under legislation, regulation, policy, and frameworks. And then in terms of home education, the department reports 2,075 applications for home education were received, and only 1,214 were approved. So over 40% were refused. So these are parents exercising their fundamental right to educate their own children. Can the DBE explain why these applications were refused? And can you please also explain how the number of registered homeschoolers can drop from 6,049 to 3,444 over a 3-month period? Then in terms of, fourthly, the CSE rollout, how many learners were expelled for sexual harassment or abuse? And how has the CSE program impacted the number of learner pregnancies reported, the number of learners referred for contraception, and the number of learners referred for abortions? Chair, I'm asking the question because we need a comparison of these figures for schools included in the pilot and those not in the pilot. Then in terms of the school closures, I am amazed, Chair, that I could only find 1 or 2 references to the school closures. I can't see how this can be considered a complete report without a detailed report on school closures. So if we can please get an indication, I don't know if I missed it, and if I do, I apologize, but if they can please indicate to me the department on that, because you can't, if you have a business and you close branches, you need to make that part of your report. Every branch closure would form part of your performance report. And then I also want to know, Chair, what was the historical value of the infrastructure expenditure of schools closed in the year under review? So how does that expenditure of the year under review compare to the total over the last 10 years? And what is the trend? Now, it may be said that I'm unfair now by asking something that, stands out of it, but this is exactly obvious issues and basic metrics that should be in a report like this. And it goes back to the issue that I spoke of when when people couldn't possibly hear me, around the significant investment that the South African taxpayer makes. And we need to know what is the impact of that. Then I also want to know last, I think it was in 2019, and I'm sure that the DG anticipates this question because he answered some of it last week. We know that there was an irregular expenditure or wasteful expenditure to the tune of 240 million. This was reported to us as a committee. The department and the DG indicated that 60 million was retrieved. Now that 60 million was already reported in the previous financial year. So my question now is how much money was retrieved around fruitless and wasteful expenditure when it comes to the infrastructure, specifically of a city? How much money was retrieved apart from that 60 million that I've now heard twice? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Notara, can we get that one question from you?
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, man, Chair, I omitted to ask this, and it's around the highlights. And I don't know if I missed this, but it's fine. I mean, obviously, I think most of you all know by now some of our views around the real matric pass rate. However, DG, you indicated that there is a team working with higher education in relation to better, bridging the gap between the two departments. I want to check, based on the 76.4% matric pass rate of the previous year, have you managed to track how many of those, that cohort or percentage thereof, that have accessed either one, a varsity, or two, have elected to upgrade, or three, have elected to maybe go into the world of work? And maybe it's linked to the question around research that has been done, that has been asked by Honorable Sukas. And I ask this question because it's in line, obviously, with the department's MTFS priority of outcome 3 and 4, of a better prepared youth for further studies as well as the world of work. And it's good that the department does highlight some of of the achievements, but like I said in the beginning, it's very important for us to be able to measure the real impact of some of these achievements on the ground, Chairperson. There was the one question that was remaining from my side, Chair. I think the other one that I had missed was around Funza Lushaga, as to what happened to those graduates that were not placed outside of that 76% that was purported there. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Advance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and still the morning. Good morning to yourself, honorable members, the DM, the DG, and the entire team, and everyone in the platform. Chair, thank you very much for the presentation that was given to us. I would also join members in asking questions, clarities, and also make my input. Chair, let me start by acknowledging that we received the annual report of the department, and also acknowledge that there is some improvement from the previous annual report or financial year of 2020-2021. They've managed to obtain an unqualified audit opinion from the AGSA, and which is far better than what they achieved or without material matters of emphasis as compared to the previous year under review. But Chair, under those highlights and achievements that the department has got, I also have a few questions that I would like to pose to the department. The first one is with regard with the misconduct cases, that how many were resolved within the 90 days, and what acts of misconduct were committed. If it was in the presentation, I might have missed it, and maybe also if they can tell us on how what was the impact on the department. My second question will be on the legal matters that are reported that 5 cases were finalized, and also there are also remaining 18, if I'm not mistaken, about cases that were still pending and not finalized. What is the financial implication do the legal issues have on the department based on resolving on legal matters? And why were the 4 tenders cancelled? If maybe we can also get an understanding on that one, that were reported. I think it was 4. And what was the delivery expected from the procurement process on those the 4 tenders? And the next question that I would have, Chair, it's on the progress of the General Education Certificate pilot program. How far is the program, and what lessons and observations has the department made thus far? If maybe we can get some information on that one. And on the issue of the ECD or early childhood development, what are the findings and recommendations of the ECD new landscape and new funding model, and what immediate interventions are required to improve ECDs in the short to medium term? That will be my question on the ECD, Chair. And then on the my following question will be on the ICT. Does the department have a sector plan for digital transformation, including ICT devices, or a province plan based on the capacity? If maybe we also can get some of the, side of what is happening on the ICT in schools and in provinces. The other one is on the HIV and AIDS. HIV and AIDS. I would want to know what if there's an annual business plan for the HIV and AIDS life skills education program, because there was a underspending on the grant of the HIV and AIDS, even though it was planned for. So if maybe one could get a sense if there is a business plan in place or not. And also maybe just to state what was the challenge of implementing that grant, or what was the challenge of underspending. The other one is on the issue that we always raise of, I think, with regard to school sports, which with regard to, the MIG grant that is allocated to schools, and also the municipalities that is allocated a certain portion of 5% for sports. What is the department doing with COGTA? Are there any engagement in making sure that this grant is used as a community also uses such facilities? Maybe if also one can get a clarity if there's such relations with COGTA on that MIG grant. On the financial performance, Chair, there's also a lot of improvement compared to the previous financial year, but also there are some of the underspending that we just being reported, that were reported to us. The first one is on the 172 million on building and other fixed structures, which is a critical program for infrastructure development. What are the challenges resulted in the underspending? That will be my first question. My second one will be what contributed to the overspending by above 80 million on goods and services? And is the 80 million cost of hiring mobile toilets for schools because of COVID-19 as reported? If maybe one can get clarity on that one. Chair, let me pause there and allow other members to pose questions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Principal?
Modula Studio. Baie dankie vir die geleentheid. Thank you very much. Yeah, this load shedding, stage 4, it's a hazard. I believe it not only to myself, but to everyone. But however, Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to welcome and appreciate the brief and presentation by DBE as led politically by politically and administratively by both DM and the DG respectively. I think it's important, Chair, to indicate that we must say thank you. Thank you for their show every time as to when this portfolio committee invites them. There is a rough way to summon. I don't think this is a summoning. No. It's we invite them to be part of us. We are together in this thing. My questions have been reduced to at least 2. I had 2 pages full here, but in the name of being cost effective and be economical, others have covered me and I will not go back there except on one, that one of the ECD. Okay, my first question will be aligned to the monitoring frequency. You see, in this report, the DBE brings to our attention how they are monitoring the annual operation plan. You see, if there is one factor which often causes us to regress in our work, it's how best are we monitoring what we intend to execute. It is one thing to plan, but if the plan is not well monitored, it is likely to take us many steps backward. The department Can the department kindly come on board and tell us or respond to this issue of frequency monitoring? Whether the monitoring is done quarterly, or is semesterly, or monthly, or annually, of which if it is going to be annually, it is going to be a course against the grind. It is not going to assist. How often and can such a report of monitoring further, not necessarily today, be shared with this portfolio committee? You see, because it's a very integral, very important aspect of our duty. I think that one is clear. But you see, one of my predecessors, Mama Weep, has raised an issue with regard to the ECD. Let's agree that the ECD, as is now, it's a new landscape within the DBE. And I believe everyone, the president made emphasis on it. And we are on top of things, I believe, ever since we talked about this migration. And to be honest, it is likely to have some new challenges and new findings. You see, Honorable Aduans indicated that maybe it is very important that the department continues to share with us some of the immediate challenges and interventions which the department is going through, because there is a dire need indeed for us to make it a point that this becomes a success, and the success of this undertaking of this migration rests with this portfolio committee and the DBE. The challenges and whatever interventions to improve this is of paramount importance. Can we be shared with regard to this aspect? Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
No, thank you very much, honorable members, for the question. I'm saying that there is no hand from members. So let me proceed. Did you? Yes, we are proceeding. One, I just want to, on top of so many highlights that we have mentioned on your report, but I want to mention that the department has managed to print and deliver grade R to 9 volumes to 22,975 public schools, which is a serious highlight and an achievement. But on top of that, 76% Funza Lushaka graduates were placed who were eligible for placement in schools against the annual target of 84%. And 18,854 qualified educators were appointed. And I'm speaking about young people 30 years and below. It's what Department of Basic Education has managed to do. And monitoring school feeding, 134 schools were monitored against the 120 schools that were monitored in the 2020-2021 APP. And tracking the audit outcomes of the department, for the past 5 years. 2016-17, it was unqualified with findings. 17-18, it was qualified. 18-19, it was qualified, and 19-20, it was qualified. 2020-21, it was unqualified with findings. In 2021 to 2022, it was qualified with no findings. So many members have mentioned, and I'm also concurring, that the audit outcomes of the department are improving bit by bit. And surely we are going to see probably an clean audit outcome. If some few things which we think we must mention, and we are going to mention, must be done or must be adhered to, and many others that, of course, yourselves as the management of the department would know that we do not know. The Department of Basic Education has also maintained an unqualified audit opinion on the financial statement. That is commendable. So we are commending that the department is doing good against all odds. It is managing to do very well. Now on this APP that we are dealing with today, one of the observations is that the irregular expenditure of the department is mainly and mostly caused by the implementing agents. And I think it was mentioned by one of the members. And it is due to inadequate project management as well as inadequate coordination of implementing agent, which the department knows that is the problem. But also, I know we are still going to go to SACE later today, but SACE as an entity of the department is struggling to produce credible performance reports. That's a separate matter we are going to deal with, but I'm raising it because SACE as an entity is given monies by the Department of Basic Education. My questions, therefore, to the department is the annual sector report. One is picking up that the department correction action is critical, and it is critical to ensure that your provinces that do not provide verification of reports are dealt with. Now we are taking a year back in the 2020-2021 report. There was a deviation in program 2 targets because it was reported to us that the reported figures for the Limpopo and Eastern Cape provinces were being different from the annual sector report. Now, we cannot be going back there with issues of report verification from provinces. And the reason why I started with the highlights, and now we must go deeper to where the issues are and what we think as the committee, which of course you should be correcting us, is that most of the issues are within the PDs in the department. Now, what is the department doing about the late verification information of information from provinces? And on the issue of the ICT infrastructure and connectivity, how many special schools, how many rural schools, and how many quantum schools that were provided with the Vodacom MTN and SACE and SACE in the year that is under review? The other question is the expenditure on the LSIPD grant is 100%, which is commendable at 242,760 million. On the implementation side, how is the improvement in the year under review? What is that you as the department, you think you have done differently this year? And of course, I mean, we are commending by the fact that you have managed to use 242 million and you've used it 100%. Now, the total education infrastructure grant allocation for 2021-2022 was 11 billion, to be exact, 11,689. Now, from that 11,689 billion, how many new schools were planned on the APP and how many were built? And my uneducated analysis says that you have given this 11 billion to provinces without, it's like money that you were dumping to provinces so that provinces do not have plans really how to use this money. And that's why then we would continuously have this problem of the infrastructure grant. And that I probably would need to educate me as well. This 11 billion went to provinces and looks like there were no plans of what provinces must do when they receive this 11 billion. And therefore then we are getting 11 billion that is in provinces that could not necessarily be used as an EIG grant. And then you have sent back 200 million to Treasury, which was meant for LTSM. Why? Did you send it back because, and I think I've mentioned when I've started to say that you have provided volumes, they were received on times, but January, February, we were in the Eastern Cape and there was no LTSM. There was no LTSM. I know that's 2020, 2021, because that was January, February. I'm saying if 200 million is reversed back to Treasury, which is meant for LTSM, why do we have enough LTSM in your view, or what could have been the reasons? And then there is this issue of the PYI, which of course we must commend as well, and we've been commending it as a committee, by the way. It's a very good initiative, this presidential initiative. But one is sitting here is thinking that where most of us in this meeting are taking our schools, which is your private schools, each class has got an assistant and it's a norm, it's accepted, it's like that. In our own public schools, special schools have got the assistants. It's a norm, it's accepted, it should be like that. And up to this far, I think all of us, we agree that there is a need of these assistants in our schools. And for you as a department, it's a way in which probably I'm also politicizing it, that it's a way which you are creating employment. Why don't we make this program sustainable? Why don't we, sustainable, I mean, we give this employment for 2 years, which for a child that does not have an experience, it's a way of getting an experience. Because I think we are moving to 2 years now that we've been doing renewing, stopping, we are stopping, we are renewing, but of course that is now with different individuals. But there are even countries that as a norm, educators in a class have assistants. I mean, it's happening in our country, like I've mentioned, in private schools. And it is happening in the schools for learners with special needs. So why don't we create a norm out of it? Why don't we create a program out of it where we are giving young people an experience which will be able to help them in finding a proper employment? And of course, I did commend you on the fact that we have managed to employ 18,000 young people in 1 year, and that's age of 30 and lower. To me, it's a very serious highlight and achievement. Now, your report on page 138 to 149, it's reflecting that it's reflecting on irregular expenditure and wasteful expenditure. I don't know why we are not updated as the committee on the expenditure of COVID-19 by provinces. By the way, we are asking that report that you coordinate it for us and you give it to us from all provinces, the consolidated report of COVID-19 expenditure. I know it's not an answer that you can give to us now. On this one, I might have been controversial, but I'm raising it because your slide 38 on this current presentation is raising that you are, the first bullet is doing that you are monitoring finances on provinces. Now, in the Eastern Cape, there is an ICT procurement where there was a matter of irregular tender that was awarded on the Isizwe Africa IT Group in 2021 financial year by the Eastern Cape Department of Education, and it was for tablets devices. Now, the tender was for 3 years period to an amount of 160 million. Do you know about it as the Department of Basic Education? And was it reported to you, the irregularities about it? And if you do know, what is it that you have done about it? I am raising this DG because I think the conclusion, and many members that have mentioned, is that as much as the department is trying by all means to get an audit outcome that will be clean one day, but there is something that is lacking, and that is consequence management. Consequence management, particularly in your provinces, by the Department of Basic Education. And my last question is, as and when the provinces, the officials in the provinces are contravening with the public finance management and the supply chain management prescripts, what consequence management do you take? This is not the first time I'm asking this question, particularly to the DG. It's not the first time I'm asking to this question. What is lacking from the department? We do not, and I think Honorable Adwans also asked, what happened to the legal case? What is happening to the legal cases of the department? Probably you've got so kind hearts, which is very normal with women, and the department is led with women. I see I get this case and it doesn't go nowhere. But I think a conclusion which is not founded, which is not researched, is that the department is doing nothing to officials. Officials would do things and they would get away with it, particularly in provinces. And then it makes the department not to get to this clean audit that we all want it to get to. And maybe the DG as well as the head of administration, Shem, has got a very good heart to an extent that abantu abayekwe bayenze as much as they can do at Tina. Let us push. We know where the problems are. We know the issues of infrastructure. But we think there is an issue that lacks, which is consequence management in the department. And we think that at least we must raise. I don't think it's the first time we are raising it, but we think we must continuously raise it, that the department, it's what it needs to look into as part of a corrective measure and as part of getting the DPE where it's supposed to be. By this time, we are appreciating the report that is represented. We are appreciating the matters that are related to internal audit. We are appreciating every work that every official of the department is doing. And that's why we have started our comment by raising that there are issues which are of a serious highlight. And then the department is doing very well. The department is improving on a daily basis. That is a reality we cannot run away from. But where we think there are issues that we think are not really dealt with for purposes of internal control in the department. Those are the issues that we are raising, and which we think that it's issues that you will be able to look at as the department. So those are the issues that we are raised by ourselves as the committee. DM, I'm handing over to you to lead the responses. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chair. It's now almost 4 minutes to 12. I think that an hour is more than enough for us to answer all the questions as asked by members. Let me allow DG and the colleagues to come first. I'll round up in the end when I see that there's something that they didn't cover. DG, are you still in the meeting?
Yes, DM, I'm in the meeting throughout.
Okay, please. Yeah. No, I know that in Mkondo there's no network. So
I'm in Pongola now. I'm in Pongola.
Oh, okay.
There's clear network. I made sure that I get clear network all the way. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Chair, and Honorable members. We are forever grateful to this committee with the comments that you make. We do our best to prepare for these meetings. Sometimes we please you, sometimes we don't. Where we don't please you, we'll go back and work very hard. We take every comment that you make serious, including criticisms. I want to assure Honorable Tembekwayo. If Honorable Tembekwayo doesn't believe what I say, I invite her to look at part 2 of the report. Part 2 of the report, if you compare it with our part 2, which is part B, of previous reports that we presented here, is 80% different, informed by comments made by honorable members of this committee on Tuesday, as I said in my opening remarks. So we really take your comments very serious, extremely, extremely serious. I don't know what courage one would have not to take your comments serious. You are members of parliament, you've been elected by people of our country. We have to respect you. You represent an important institution of our country. And if we have given an impression that we don't take criticisms that you make or we don't accept them, I profusely apologize for that. It can't happen. Let me start with the comments made by the chair, or maybe let me first make these two broad comments, Deputy Minister, and then get into specific questions. But also thank the team. Today we're led by ladies. There's so much value in being led by ladies. The department is led by two amazing leaders who are ladies. Today in our presentations, two ladies led us exceptionally well. And I'm saying so, Deputy Minister, because usually we would finish this presentation smaller than what we presented here. A much smaller presentation, we'll finish it around 12. Today, we finished it around 11 past 11. If I would have it my way, I would applaud these two ladies. They've done an excellent job. We have enough time to respond to important comments of honorable members. I just thought if people have done well, Deputy Minister, they need to be commended and commended on the spot. That's what HR has taught me, that there must be incentives for good performance, and there must also be consequences for the opposite. The chair says we are not acting, and this was also raised by Honorable Tembekwayo regarding some of the issues that were not carried out as expected in province. Yes, it's true. And Chair is right. It's also difficult, you know, you do your best, but if there are targets of predetermined objectives that are not within your control. Let me take, for instance, the network operator. In this financial year, the Department of Digital Technology and Communication has committed to connect 18,000 schools, 18,000 schools out of 25,000 schools. If we put that on our APP and it doesn't happen, I have very little control, but it's got to get in there if the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation says, look, this is a target that must get in there. It's what government has committed to perform. But if it's not within our department, so that if something, you know, doesn't happen as expected, I have control on what to do. All that I can try with something that is not within the control of the department is to appeal to colleagues, as I've reported in this report in terms of, you know, performance, I mean, the year under review. I've indicated that because I'm dealing with accounting officers in their own right, and I'm an accounting officer, and they don't necessarily account to me, but they have to work with me in terms of concurrent functions. And this we have tried to explain before. The Constitution says the spheres of government are distinct, interrelated, and interdependent. We discussed this, Honorable Chair, in one of the meetings of the Portfolio Committee at a place called Monkey Valley. And, you know, which actually prompted the Portfolio Committee to summon provinces. And I'm happy that Honorable Nodada, supported by Honorable Sukers and Honorable Tembekwayo, are saying, in certain instances, provinces must be called to account. Yes, indeed, because they are also accounting officers in their own right. They can respond and work with us within limits. I can't force them to do certain things. The law doesn't allow me to do so because it says the spheres of government are distinct, interdependent, and interrelated. And our entry point as basic education is Section 3 and Section 4 of the you know, National Education Policy Act. And we're trying our best to operate within that purview. And that's why the gaps still show, Chairperson, Even in our own report today, we are telling you that we have failed to meet this target because we could not get this date on time. We talked to them. I've had meetings with them. I continue to have meetings with them, even in areas of underperformance. That's all that I can do. Write letters to them to try and impress on them how important it is for us to get the information that we require so that we report to you, including the information that you ask from us. We don't always get. Sometimes if we get it very late. The other problem is that, I don't know, Chairperson, I have learned to be very honest and open, even if it means I do it at our own peril. And that's the nature of our engagement with the team. In our presentation, we are even saying some of our indicators were not even crafted properly, DM. That's what we are saying. We are saying we messed up here. The indicator should have been crafted better so that the achievement of that indicator would have been easier to do. That's how honest we are. And that's how we choose. That's the path, the difficult path we have chosen to traverse with this committee. Consequence management, the problem, Honorable Chair, is that I'm not the employer of officials in provinces. They've got their own employer. The head of the department there is the employer. I don't have authority in law to carry out consequence management on them. I only have authority on officials in the department, provided by public service regulations of those their incidents are located within my purview as the head of the department. Even within the department, career incidents of officials, some are not even located with me, they are located with the minister. So I might be an accounting officer, the head of the department, but when it comes to consequence management, the law delineates the roles of different role players. In provinces, unfortunately, I'm not the employer there. The employer is somebody else. I can only ask HODs to act. If they don't act, unfortunately, I can't even act on them. I have to plead with them and then ask the minister to do the same with MECs. The issue of a company on irregular procurement, I read about it in the papers. I inquired about this from the head of the department, and my information is a bit rusty there. I must say that the impression that I was given was that the issue was between the department and the SITA, the State Information Technology at that time. It was a legal battle between SITA and the department as to who's got the authority, to procure ICT outside the purview of SITA. I don't even know how that legal matter got concluded. We could ask for a report from the department and make it available to you. We are not directly involved. As I've said, there's an accounting officer there, but we can ask for the information and then see whether we'll be able to get it. Report on expenditure by provinces on COVID-19. Maybe when you decide, Chair, to call provinces, which you can, the law allows you to do that. The law allows you to summon anyone, particularly within organs of the state, to come and account to you. We'll meet with them, get them to prepare, and then make sure that they prepare for these meetings with you. Report on, I've spoken COVID-19. So I hope the chair at the right time might consider to call provinces in to come and account on the expenditure on COVID-19. The issue of PYEI, I can only say amen when you say, why don't we make this permanent? And the reason why, at least it did not become just episodic, happening once and then it was off it's because of our persuasion with National Treasury to say this has made a huge difference. This is what circuit managers, district managers, principals are telling me when I visit schools, that please, can you have this permanent? They are saying exactly what you are saying, Chair. And this sentiment we have expressed with National Treasury. We are expressing at, we expressed it at FOSAT, and the Minister and Deputy Minister have also raised it with Cabinet. And that's why the way it's moving now, I have some hope. I'm a prisoner of hope that it looks like, because it's brought in now and again, hopefully in the long term, it will become permanent in terms of creating employment opportunities for our young people. So I agree with you there. The 200 million, I wasn't sure about. I think you're talking about 200 million from EIG in the Eastern Cape, which was taken. It was not taken to Treasury. And the reason why we had to take it, otherwise we're going to lose it to Treasury. We had to redirect it to provinces that were performing financially, which is what we've been advised to do. If in one of like EIG, there's underperformance in one province, the best thing that we can do is to take money from that province and redirect it to a province that performs. And if you do that, then that money is not going to be taken away from the basic education sector. It's going to remain within the basic education sector in the next, in the outer years of the MTSF. But if you leave it, it can be taken away. It was not for LTSM, it was for EIG. The problem about LTSM in the Eastern Cape, I don't know how many people know this. National Treasury released money for LTSM for the Eastern Cape Department of Education in December. If you release money in December, when are the books going to be bought? You first have to order from publishers. They are closed. They are going to open maybe on the 15th of January. And when schools reopen, there's no way that those books will be in, with learners at schools if you release money only in December. That's what happened in the Eastern Cape. I thought I did give this information, and that's what I know about LTSM and the LTSM problems in the Eastern Cape. The 11 billion, provinces submit what is called B5, and along what is allocated to provinces in terms of the grant allocation, they have to indicate which projects are targeted for that. We can make that available to you. They do that every year. But there's also a business plan that is produced for grants to answer also the HIV and AIDS matter. Every province is expected to produce a business plan in terms of HIV and AIDS. In terms of learners with severe and profound intellectual disabilities, well, the performance there hasn't been as good as it should be. And I think you are right there, Chair. We have now extended our meetings with all the 9 provinces which used to focus on EIG. Every first week of the month, Honorable Tembekwayo, we don't talk need, we do it. We've been doing it since beginning of this financial year. The first meeting for this month happened last Friday. Every province presented on all the grants. We looked at them, we assessed them. We told those that are not performing well, that they are not performing well, they need to shape up. We've even requested others through the instruction of the minister and the deputy minister that they will now appear in meetings that are convened by the minister and deputy minister, taking every Friday to come and account even there. So it's not something that we're still planning to do. We're doing it. Part of the improvement that you see even in this report, it's attributable to the monitoring data that we provided in the last slide, 1 or 2 last slides in the presentation. You'll see we're giving you even the number of meetings that we've had, ministers meeting, the meetings that I have, Mr. van der Westhuizen, and we can even give you the monitoring schedule or monitoring visits that have been done by various line functions, Honorable Murwatseta. That information can be made available. How many special schools were provided with devices? We can provide that information to you through the network operators. We'll provide it, Chair. Otherwise, I think either Mr. Tabane or one of the colleagues from Branch D could also provide that information to you if it's readily available. But I think it's better that we give you that data, which we'll forward to you. SACE, we are working with SACE. We would want SACE to perform more or less at the same level as Umalusi, but we accept that there are challenges there. They will explain those challenges later this afternoon. The meeting that I'll be able to attend this afternoon, but we are working with them. But I must also say, I should have also said when I talked about own accounting officer, they also have their own audit committees. And by the way, provinces also have their own audit committees. And the establishment and the operation of this is regulated by law. It would be unlawful for us, for our internal audit to go and impose itself on the internal audit of an organ of state that has such a function. But all that our internal audit can do, just like what I'm doing and what the minister is doing, can advise. But the East, they've got their own internal audit functions in the provinces. Sometimes decentralized in some provinces. Others, they have a fully fledged committee and a directorate internal audit. And thank you, Chair, for acknowledging that our audit is improving. It's close to a clean audit report, I must say. Although, but we didn't take that lightly. We prepared better than when we were even had a qualified audit opinion. We prepared better than that because we knew that we needed to do more based on the questions that you asked on Tuesday. We had to go back and beef up our report. Kunza Lushaka placement, I will ask Mr. Padayaki to come in there and help me to address that one. Honorable Murwatseta, implementing plans, what are the challenges? I think, and thank you for commending us, Honorable Murwatseta and Chair. This doesn't come always, but I hope it will help to encourage colleagues to work even harder. But I can assure you that I am encouraged to work even harder. Challenges of implementing our plans, Honorable Murwatseta, is that they are located within the nexus of concurrent functions. As I've indicated, the Constitution is very clear. Spheres of government are distinct, interdependent, and interrelated. Provinces are not subordinate to any sphere of government, and local government is also not subordinate. In South Africa, the regulatory regime is quite comprehensive, sometimes to the detriment of service delivery. And I'm saying that with caution. Sometimes because you cannot intervene as quickly as you want, because the law restricts you from doing certain things. Because it says you are not the big brother, actually. You are distinct, you are interrelated, you are interdependent. And that I don't think that we even understand that well. But in our democracy, we do our best to work together. And I must say that we work together with provinces. The challenges are around concurrent functions. As I've said, I'm not the employer of officials in provinces. When I feel that action must be taken and must be taken quick, I'm constrained. I'm in the province, I'm in the district. Somebody has done something that I think, action must be taken immediately. I can only, communicate that to my counterpart and hope that that will happen. In some instances, it does happen. In others, it doesn't happen. This experience is not my own experience alone. it's an experience that is shared across the public service. Frequency of monitoring, we can provide that to you. In terms of the work that I've referred to, we've included that in the presentation. The last slide on our presentation before thank you is around monitoring, where we've given even how many times we have monitored meetings of the minister, etc. Even visits. I'm now in Pongola. I'm on my way to Richards Bay. I'm going to monitor KZN this week. We're monitoring KZN with a team on infrastructure. Now, Honorable Sukers and Honorable van der Walt, that I don't think is in a meeting, will bear me out, Deputy Minister. For all these years, we've been battling to meet the targets of infrastructure. For the year 2021-2022, we have exceeded all those targets. There's nothing because of the effectiveness of our monitoring. And again, we are not saying we need to, we are going to, we've done it. We've been out to monitor, that's why the results. And we want to do it even more. That's the way of doing things going forward. And you share the credit of this improvement because it's because of the pressure that you have put on us, the pressure that Minister and Deputy Minister put on us. Every week, we are held to account by the Deputy Minister and the Minister. Every week, I Monday with implementing agents individually. On Thursday, we meet with all of them. On Tuesday and Wednesday, Mr. van der Westhuizen and his team meet with them. So it's not something that's going to happen. It's something that we are doing. And then, okay, yes, it would be appreciated if maybe we could get advice on how we can improve on our monitoring and some of the work that we are doing. I'll now get into Honorable Tembo Kwayo. There are many of these questions. I noted an average of about 18, Deputy Minister, each one of them. What are the challenges of underspending and what cost underspending on goods and services? I'll ask Ms. Mulelekwa to help me answer that one, to be much more specific there on some of the things that we, based on the presentation, that we did not achieve. Municipal infrastructure grant, yeah, I'm sorry, Honorable Aduns. We've not worked with municipalities to that extent that, and it's not the first time, Honorable Aduns, that you are raising this, to access the municipal infrastructure grant. I will take it up at HEDCOM with colleagues and also engage my counterparts at national level and see how much we can leverage out of this. What is happening in ICT? We have an ICT strategy. Our ICT is driven by the ICT strategy, which we can share with you. I've already indicated that the Department of Digital Technology and Communication and the telcos have now pledged to connect 18,000 schools. We are working with them and we are going to push them to make sure that this happens. So the same applies to, does DBE have a plan for digital skills? We do have our strategy on ICT. And that informs what we do. Progress on GEC, I think if Dr. Polia or Dr. Similani or one of the curriculum colleagues can just give a progress report. I know that we've received an in-principle approval from Umalusi on GEC, and that's why we even proceeding much faster with piloting now. The 4 tenders which were cancelled, what I know, because they come to me for approval, some would have gone beyond the specified period or the required period. Others would be that either there's something wrong with specifications and therefore there's a need to retender or something of that nature. But I'm sure Ms. Mulelekwa, because she's been overseeing our processes in that area, she can explain about the 4 tenders that were cancelled. The same applies to how many misconduct cases were resolved, what financial implications could be attributed to that. I thought we included it in our presentation, but you could add there as well. Honorable Tembekwayo, I think I've addressed the issue of saying we don't take criticism. We take positive and even negative criticism. We believe all work together. We must see good, even negative criticism. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we've provided information there. There is fruitless and wasteful expenditure that happened in the department. And I understand how you feel, Honorable Tembekwa, and I respect that. But the problem is that we are expected to follow due process. When the AG reports here, or when the AG completes their regularity report, only then on some of the issues are we able to subject them to investigation by a team led by the head of our internal audit, the chief audit executive, Mrs. Mula. And let me also answer the question around the capacity of the internal audit functions. Yes, there has been capacity challenges. I have approved the appointment of some personnel that's going to help there. We've also suggested the review of the organizational structure, and I'm happy to indicate that our meeting with DBSA has now led to the approval of the majority of those things that we did not agree with in these areas of the amendment of the structure. And many, in fact, everything that the AG said consequence management had not taken place is because investigation had not taken place, and it's because of capacity issues that are related to internal audit. I accept responsibility for that, and I've now said that we followed the processes of reviewing the structure. In the interim, I've even issued a directive that people must be employed on a fixed-term contract to enhance the capacity of our internal audit function. And I humbly invite honorable members to compare the performance of the department before, the current leadership in internal audit and even the audit committee. And by the way, the Auditor General did not even place reliance on our internal audit function before, but now they've not only placed reliance both on the role of the internal audit function and the audit committee and oversight that is provided by the executive, the minister and deputy minister. They've been scored green, not amber, green. You can't get better than green, which means that those functions are performing very well. Challenges are around management, which we need to deal with. Honorable Tembekwayo, you also raised recurring findings. We are addressing them. For instance, consequence management in terms of implementing agents. Some of them, we no longer allocate projects to them. IDT, we no longer allocate projects. We told them they need to shape up. Kuha, we're not allocating projects to them. Yesterday, in a meeting of a deputy minister and minister, their performance is rated the highest at 60-something%. They perform better than others. So consequences do work, and we do meet them out. Maybe we also don't report on everything here. And then we do implement findings and recommendation of the AGSA. In fact, the AGSA, in the webinar that they convened and where they presented the reports of the performance of the organs of state on audits, they mentioned DBE as an example of a department that is acting on their recommendations, including material irregularity. I raised that on Tuesday in their presence. They used DBE as an example. I wouldn't stay long on that one because I don't want people to say I'm blowing my own horn. Northwest We'll follow this matter about the school and the pavement and the carport. I hope you'll provide us with more information as you usually do, Honorable Tembekwayo. I want to follow up on this matter and take it up with my counterpart, the HOD of the Northwest. About monitoring, I can just invite you. I also want to invite you to come and form part of our monitoring program. I want to chair, I'm inviting your members to come and be part of our monitoring program, particularly on infrastructure. I think they'll enjoy it. Report on reconciling with other matters. How do we intervene on a daily and monthly monitoring plan? I've explained that, Honorable Tembekwayo. Honorable Sukers, with Honorable Sukers, I tend to agree with you, Honorable Sukers, that inputs, outputs are not the only way. But two things that I want to humbly request. One is that our planning at the moment focuses on inputs and outputs, and to some extent, impact in the form of outcomes. But I also want to request that perhaps an intervention could also be made at the level of Department of Monitoring and Evaluation. And I think some of these things can be best addressed there. I agree with you that it should not only be about inputs and outputs, it should also about impact. But fortunately or unfortunately, that's how we are expected to do things in terms of the frameworks that you are expected to follow. We follow those based on the frameworks that are given to everyone. But I must caution that especially in education, for some of the programs, the impact will take a while. In some, the entire 5 years might come to an end before we come to report about impact to the committee, because you need to get some time for implementation to sink and to fester in the system until you see the results. Schools closures, and again, unfortunately, Honorable Sukers, our report is based on the APP. If something in the main on the APP, if something was not on the APP, if it's not part of the targets of predetermined objectives, I think we can discuss this also when we discuss the APP. If some of the things are not included in the APP, we cannot be expected to report on them on the annual report, because the annual report is about reporting on what was on the APP, essentially. Home education application, we can get this information and make it available to you. You've indicated that there's been a decrease in the number of applications that have been approved, if I'm not mistaken, or yeah. So we'll get this information from provinces, but I'm going to request, as you usually do, so that we don't send to provinces what is not fully accurate in terms of what you'd like to get from the information that we're going to make available to you. What other legislations have been developed? For now is the BRRR bill. There's no other legislation that is in development or intending to develop, and we've indicated what is covered there for now. How many research reports have been completed? If Ms. Nuka Deliwe is still available, which I'm going to request to come in first because he's flying out, I think around 1 o'clock. If not, Usis Nozipo Mbonambi can get us that information, the number of research reports, the number of those uploaded, they can help me with that. The issue of provinces coming before the committee, I support it. I'll accompany them. The issue of impact more than input and output, I've made my comment there. Chair, for some reason, Honorable Suela's comments, I missed them. If somebody captured them, they can help me there. And then Honorable Nodada, what happens to Funza Lushaka graduates who are not placed? After a certain period, they are at liberty, to go elsewhere other than what is obligated in terms of the conditions of the bursaries provided to them. But every year we go back to the list to try and place them. But Mr. Padaki can also comment on this one. He's in the meeting. Have we tracked learners that have access to varsity and world of work? No, at this stage, Honorable No Data. But I don't want to commit. I think we'll look at it in the department and check whether we'll be able to do that. You are right, it's world of work and universities. And I think Professor Balim, the chair of Umalusi, answered the question about, learners who leave our schooling system, about their suitability at universities exceptionally well. That was the first time that I had such a wonderful question from somebody who operated there, who was once a VC of a university. I think it was quite an instructive answer that he gave regarding the suitability of learners when they reach university. That's why possible wasteful and fruitless expenditure on projects, I think, that are allocated to implementing agents. We could get this and make it available to you. A collaboration model for schools. But Honorable No doubt, our grade 12 results, and I reported on this to the committee last time when we appeared and presented the results of the class of 2021. Quintile 1 to 3 outperformed quintile 4 to 5 by raising the percentage, I think, to about 61% to about 48 point something percent of quintile 4 and 5. What that says to you is that previously dysfunctional schools in the rural areas, in your previously disadvantaged communities, are actually contributing to the improvement of our results as compared to 2005, when only about 20% of our schools contributed to 80% of our bachelors. The needle has shifted and the balance of scale has tilted, as I've indicated. It's 61 to about 48 compared to the performance of the class of 2021. We hope that that will continue. There are schools, of course, in previously disadvantaged communities and even in the rural areas that are still dysfunctional, but there are very few of them. The majority of our schools, I would put my head on the block and say that 70 to 80% of our schools are fully functional. But I would accept that about 20 to 30%, they are still dysfunctional. And that's attributable to the interventions that have been made in the system. And then the issue of, do we have SCM officials who contributed to non-compliance? It's in the implementing agents. I've requested for consequence management. I've received information from some I have not received. I have requested for this. That's how far we follow consequence management, even with implementing agents. How many implementing, before that one, lower score bidder are awarded contracts? Well, there are complications about this, Honorable No Data. And with respect, the highest bidder is not always the best performers. Some of the highest bidders are the ones. We have a meeting that we are requesting with the CIBD office, as well as the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer, together with implementing agents, so that we give them facts and show them that if we follow what the CIBD system is saying and what Treasury is saying, to say that the highest bidder must be the one that gets the tender, In the majority of cases, Kuga, for instance, had to cancel 25 contracts out of 81 schools that we've given to them, which is 31%. It's abnormally high, and it's going to make it difficult for us to meet our targets for 2022, for 2023 financial year. All that was adjudicated on the highest bidder, Honorable Nodat. Those are facts. And that's why we've called for a meeting with the CIBD office and National Treasury and say, we need to do something about this, because in practice, these things do not actually work. The highest bidder is not the best performer all the time. In fact, of now late, it indicates the contrary. And that's why we're calling people who are responsible for these things to say, there's something wrong about the system. Because what you're saying we must follow doesn't give us the results that are leading to performance on the ground. How many implementing agents have overspent? I'm sure Mr. van der Westhuizen and the CFO would want to comment on that. Have we identified implementing agents that called irregular? Yes, we have. And we've broken our over expenditure per implementing agent. We have that per implementing agent. And we have asked them to account, and we've asked them to put measures in place to make sure that doesn't happen anymore. Every Monday they report on this. And we've even asked them to take action against their own officials who are responsible for this. I've already said some have dismissed officials, there are regional managers who got dismissed, there are project managers who have dismissed. I know that I've been given that list. Yeah. Effectiveness of internal audit, I'm saying we wouldn't be close to a clean audit if it was not because of the contribution of our audit committee, our internal audit function, which for the first time, AG places reliance on them. They believe what they say, they've examined their reports, and they strongly take the recommendations that our own internal audit committee is making. And by the way, I've already indicated that irregular expenditure of 3.2 billion was not discovered by the AG, was discovered by our own officials from infrastructure. They went out to audit what's happening in implementing agents. And the reason why that is no longer a problem with the AG is because we uncovered this ourselves. In 2019-2020 financial year, we uncovered even more. If I'm not mistaken, it was even close to 12.2 billion. This financial year is 3.2 billion, which is far less, which says that our efforts are actually yielding results. And maybe the last point, Deputy Minister, to Honorable Suker, irregular expenditure is not like fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Irregular expenditure, unless money is wasted and lost to the state, you recover. Irregular expenditure only means you did not follow the law. For instance, procurement of local content when it comes to infrastructure, which is what the 800 condonation that DBSA applied for from National Treasury was granted, is because no money was lost, schools were built, toilets were built. The only problem is that they procured the material or the equipment from outside the country instead of procuring it within the country. And Treasury condoned that expenditure. So you don't recover where goods and services have been delivered. You recover where goods and services have not been delivered, which is what the PFMA is empowering us to do. Deputy Minister, I'm sorry that I've taken, Honorable Nodada also asked as to whether has there been any impact of the devices not delivered and what interventions. I assume that is delivered, that devices that were supposed to have been delivered to schools of learners with special education needs, which is about 400 schools. Well, I don't know of any impact. I shouldn't say that there was no impact. I don't know, but what we did, we said in connectivity, we prioritize schools of learners with special education needs. The second group will have to be multi-grade schools, and then the third group will be quintile 1 to 3, and then the last group will be quintile 4 to 5. It's in line with our ICT strategy for infrastructure delivery. I'm not aware of any impact that the non-delivery by network operators would have led to anything that is untoward in the schools of learners with special education needs. Honorable Deputy Minister, can I ask Ms. Nuka Deliver if she's still available to help us with the number of the research undertakings that we have made, if she's still available, and then followed by Mr. Padayaki, and then maybe other colleagues that I might have not responded to questions as adequately as members would have loved me to do. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, and Honorable Deputy Minister. Ms. Nuka Deliwa, are you still there?
They are all here.
Carol, are you able to answer? Or maybe let's take Mr. Padayaki in the meantime, if Carol is unable. Mr. Padayaki?
And Chairperson, maybe before Padayaki comes in, I see the hand of Honorable van der Walt. Maybe she wants to say something before we were done with the responses. Chair.
No, I saw it, but I think she has written a note there, DM.
Oh.
Honorable van der Walt, do you wanna?
Yeah, DG must just withdraw. I'm very much in a committee like every week.
I'm sorry, my profuse apologies. I withdraw.
Because I'm quiet.
Held up somewhere. Sorry. I expected you to say something about infrastructure.
I'm coming for you anyway. Don't worry.
Okay.
I expected to say something about infrastructure. Okay.
DDG, come in.
Thank you, DM, and good day to the Honorable Chair and Honorable members. This is in respect of the question of Honorable Nodada's of the 76% placement of Funza Shaka graduates. What happens to them is if they're not placed, some of them get placed the following year or whenever the opportunity arises as we go along and we find that they match the vacancies that are there, they are able to be placed. But as we've discussed in the past, they are competing with other bursaries from other funds, the NSFAS, as well as those who fund themselves as well. So they do remain. However, we are not, in terms of the contractual obligations, we would have passed the 6 months that they stay. Thank you, DM.
To the officials, please, there are other things which DG did not cover. Can we come in? The DGs are here. Please come in. We don't have to take much time because we're only left with 13 or 12 minutes.
Deputy Minister, good afternoon. It's Rufus Polia. If I could come in. DM.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Polia, yes.
Good afternoon, DM, and good afternoon to the Honorable Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee. Deputy Minister, I will respond to just two issues. The one about the General Education Certificate. If I could mention that the pilot that we have started in 2021 is based on a phased approach. In 2021, we focused on one component of the GEC, which is the curriculum assessment or the curriculum test. In fact, just to mention that the GEC will have three forms of assessment, a curriculum and what we're calling an inclinations assessment. And the third component is a performance-based assessment. So what we did in 2021 was to look at the test items the suitability of the test items, and there have been lessons coming from that pilot which would assist us in the structure and format of the tests that would be used as part of the GC. This year, and the pilot will be starting towards the end of October, we're looking at the Inclinations Assessment. And Inclinations Assessment looks at what is the aptitude and the interest of the learner, because part of the purpose is to help learners to determine whether they need to follow a vocational, occupational, or academic stream. So that Inclinations Assessment is currently being piloted. And the third component, which is the performance-based assessment, is looking at integrated assessment, which looks at skill and those skills that can be measured in a examination, a test. And we're looking at integrated project work, which has been done throughout the year, but will be final towards the end of this year. And the lessons from these forms of assessment would then assist us in the pilot that we are planning for 2023 and 2024. And then finally, we will have the full-scale implementation in 2025. Just to add as well, DM, that the GEC policy has been submitted to Umalusi, and it's en route for full accreditation and registration. And Deputy Minister, if I could respond to the issue raised by honorable members regarding inputs versus outputs, and to what extent are we looking at outputs, outcomes, and impact. If I can say that we are currently looking at the performance of the system at grades 3, 6, and 9. And this systemic evaluation has three components as well. It looks at learner performance at grade 3, 6, and 9. It looks at the from the district with regard to the particular schools that are part of the sample. And it's also looking at school functionality. So we believe that this systemic evaluation, and the report should be ready by sometime April, May next year, will give us a good sense of the impact of all these inputs that are being put into the system, and how is it influencing and improving the performance of the entire system at these strategic points in the system. DM, thank you very much. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Chair, I don't know if there's still any other official from the department that wants to come in, but I want to respond on the questions raised by Honorable Nodada. Honorable Nodada, we really, really appreciate your analysis because you go much deeper. And unfortunately, it becomes very difficult for us to can give you all the answers now, like especially the added question of the 76.4 pass rate of grade 12, 2021 grade 12, as to how many have been accepted at universities, how many. Remember, they come from the districts, they come from provinces, and but if we have to get that number, it will be sort of a process. Remember, we're speaking about 700, more than 750,000 matriculants of 2021. And how many have joined the working force? How many? Sometimes it becomes difficult, even their own schools, because when we visit schools, we encourage schools to keep track of the learners, their students who pass from them, that they should not lose sight. And if a school has that number, then the circuit will have, the district will have, then ultimately the province and national office. But now it's not easy for us to say we can give this number in a week, 2 or 3. It's a work that must go down to schools, circuits, and districts. But we promise, if really we need that, we will. On the placement of Funza Lushaka, most of the time we come to this committee and there's a cry that we only appoint Funza Lushaka students or teachers. We don't appoint NSFAS and those that parents took trouble to take them to universities. And this shows that that myth might not be necessarily true, because the school appoints as per the priority of the schools. When I remember, I just want to give an example, Chairperson. My nephew went to university, and at the university, she didn't have money. When she arrived there, they said they have bursary in religious studies. Then she changed what she left home that to go to university to do. Then because there she was going to attend free of charge. She did religious studies. She passed a BA in religious studies. She came back. Now she wants a job. There's no job for that. That's what some of our students are doing. When we recruit as per the needs, as per the priorities of this dynamic education. So when they arrive at university, they change the subjects. When they come back now to the same district that has recruited them, the district knew that we need a Tsonga teacher, a Xhosa teacher, a maths, science, technology. And when they come back now, none of them has those subjects. And the school's plight and the priority is on those subjects. So it's not easy to absorb such. And at the same time, we still, there was another myth that we have a shortage of teachers. And that myth is not true. That's why at one stage in this very same portfolio committee, we were tasked to assess if maybe the production is over, is above the needs of the system. Yes, we analyze the ages of our teachers, those that are going to age in 2 years, 5 years, and 10 years. So when we recruit, it's based on that. But at the same time, there are those that are going on their own. Yes, we recruit, but there are those that will be sent by their own parents. But they are all our teachers. They are all the teachers of the system. So I just want to bring that to the attention of the members. So other answers are more that we need to go back to provinces to get responses. Like the question by Honorable Nodata of the centralized school nutrition program instead of decentralized. Remember, provinces are established in terms of the constitution. They are authorities in their own right. That's why they have a portfolio committee like we have here. That's why even the Auditor General will come to you, but will still go to the Provincial Portfolio Committee of Education to present the same things they presented to us. They have their own premiers who have provincial priorities. So the way sometimes, not to say that sometimes we are happy in the way they do things, but they are a sphere of government that is a bit autonomous, though working together with us. Yes, we are one country. You are a unilateral state, but currently our constitution does provide for the existence of provinces. So we are bound by that, and that's why DG said he can't make them account to him, but they just work together as colleagues. That's why it's a bit difficult. Some of the questions, yeah, like I say, most of us, we were supporting that we need to invite provinces to come and account on the issues raised by Auditor General. My poor advice is that when we invite provinces, please can we tender invitations to chairpersons of portfolio committees in provinces, because they will be able to tell the portfolio committee that yes, we wanted them to account on this one, we held them accountable as the province because they are your colleagues at that sphere. So Honorable Sukers, it's not easy. Yes, it is, but it's not very easy to measure the impacts or the effects. It's something that is not very easy, but the impact we'll see that now we have more professionals, now we have more of this, now we're like in the case of teachers, the fact that we have teachers that were unable to absorb, it tells that the system has produced, though whether produced to what the economy and the system need is another challenge, but the fact that children now do go to school because they will eat at school, to me, that is an outcome, it's an impact, it's an effect that now learners do go to school, now rate of absenteeism, now where we piloted the CSE, it shows that the rate of pregnancy has gone down. So I don't know whether we need to have another tool to assess, because when we pilot comprehensive sexuality education in a particular province or district, we're informed by the rate of pregnancies and infectious sexual transmit whatever diseases. So the rate has gone down. We see it's not necessarily that we just tick a box that when we attend TB meetings, we just tick a box. No, that's why we have a grant for HIV and AIDS. We have a grant to address all these other things. So we are trying our best, but we appreciate that we said the committee, the honorable members of the portfolio committee are opening our eyes, which are already opened, but you make them to be wide open on the things that you raise after we have presented. So, Honorable Tembegwayo, you are right that if people don't want to work, let them go. You are very correct. But for now, let's give ourselves a benefit of doubt that we still want to work, all of us, and we are not just complying, but we want to make a difference in our country, South Africa. Chairperson, you raised so many things which I think DG has covered. Honorable Mrosetla emphasized on the point of monitoring. Monitoring is very important, especially on the issue of infrastructure. Like DG was indicating, yesterday we had a meeting with, not because of this, it was a follow-up meeting after we had a meeting with the implementing agent, because sometimes when we go to the site, we find that there's no contractor. And when we tell them that the contractor has vacated the site, they are taken aback like us, that how they vacated the site. What do they monitor? These are the things that we spoke with them yesterday in the meeting. And we have, DG has regular meetings with the implementing agents, because even now, as he go to do other things in provinces, he also monitors infrastructure. And when whatever he gets from there, he brings to the attention of the CEOs and the leadership of the implementing agents. And sometimes they don't know what DG has discovered. So we are pushing them that let them increase their monitoring capacity, because we can't keep on saying we'll be implementing ACD and SAFE, yet we are a national department that must look into policy, monitoring, and support of provinces. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, DM, there was an issue to be addressed by
Mrs. Nozipho Mbonambe and Mr. van der Westhuizen, no CFO. Briefly, I think they won't take more than 5 minutes. Chair, if you allow.
It's past 1, let them come in.
Chair,
Thank
you. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, David,
Yes,
proceed.
you can proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good day to all the honourable members, Deputy Minister, DG. Just a quick response. There was a comment on the over expenditure on projects. So that is something that we monitor very closely, and we would like to put your hearts at ease to say that every project is allocated to a contractor based on an open tender process. So it's very competitive bidding. The best scoring contractor then gets awarded the contract, and that value of the award becomes the contract sum. And any variation to that contract sum must be approved by us through formal processes, and there are very strict guidelines also from Treasury side of what can be allowed and what not. So there are certain tolerance that can be approved locally by the accounting officer. If we go beyond that tolerance, we need special permission from the National Treasury. So those things are very closely monitored, and there's no contract that's got a blank check and just do what he wants. The second comment was on the issue of irregular expenditure. I think DG provided a very well-balanced background to that. The fact that irregular expenditure doesn't mean wasted money. And I can just say, during the course of our city and SAFE, where this irregular that we have disclosed form part of, we have completed more than 300 brand new schools to replace old mud structures. We've completed water supply to more than 1,000 schools, electricity to more than 300 schools. Just under our city, another 1,000 schools we serve through sanitation. And then if you then add SAFE to it, there's another 1,200 schools that also benefited from this overall program. So we've just at the end of those 3 consecutive qualified audits, the whole department just get together and said, this is unacceptable, we cannot proceed like that. And that led to the development of a very detailed audit action plan. And one of those actions in there was we're going to go back retrospectively down to 2011 and investigate every procurement process that has ever happened. And during that, we have then uncovered some of those that didn't comply with the requirements. DG mentioned one of them being local content. At the time, local content was very focused on local steel production. But if you build a VIP toilet, there is no local steel production relevant. So what happened then is that some implementing agents then left out the requirement for local steel production or the local content. And AG simply argued you cannot. It's part of the standard pack of compliant documents. And based on that, the subsequent expenditure was then classified as irregular. We had the same thing with the days that tenders had to be advertised, being 21 days, and then the 21 days end up on a Sunday. The guy said, well, let's close this thing on Friday, and you're found guilty. You cannot just do that. So there are issues like that that are mere compliance issues that did not impact on the value for money, and they didn't impact on the delivery. But for completeness, we have uncovered all of those, and we have, prior to that exercise, there were 2.7 billion disclosed in the financial statements. In that specific year, we added another 3.3 to that. And we have in the last financial year, we've added another 1.5. So we have, through that process, created a lot of transparency. I think we've won a lot of trust from the AG to say that they can see what we're doing, and they can see that we are digging right to the bottom of it. So they don't have a fear anymore that the irregular expenditure is understated. I think those are just the 2 things that I just want to comment here. Thank you, Diem. Thank you, Chair.
Chair,
proceed.
Thanks, DG. Thanks, Chair. Though Dr. Taylor is not part of the meeting, who's actually responsible, but just more information can be provided in writing. There are various places in the DBE website where research reports are shared, and there is a research repository, as Honorable Sukers has indicated. There's also a COVID-19 research repository, which was updated in the year under review to share articles and reports, but not only as commissioned by the DBE, also by the other scholars. There's also another section with research reports where 2 new reports were published. And there's also early grade reading study that has its own section in the website, and a number of reports have been released there. There's also ECD sensors and Thrive by 5, but which were launched in the current financial year. Well, more detail can be provided in writing. Thank you.
Chairperson, I would answer the financial questions. There was a question on misconduct cases, and just to confirm that all the cases were concluded within 90 days, but the cost implications thereof we
We have missed Mamula.
I don't know what happened to the acting CFO.
And your people there, DG, are making noise.
I'm next to the road, yeah, no.
Should we leave here now? Should we leave here now, or there's someone from finance to pick up?
I think we can send that answer. We'll send it through, Chair.
Okay.
We'll send it through. Yeah.
Ms. Kers, your hand is up. Is it a follow-up?
And no, Chair, I just want to actually ask, it's clear that the department doesn't have those figures. If they can please, I've put it on the chat as well, if we can, on the CSE rollout, I have asked what is the number of learners that has been referred for contraception, how many learners for abortion, and then the deputy minister has answered, and I asked on the reduction in STIs. So I'm asking if we can get that report referred to by, that was referred to by the DM in an answer, and if I can please get also the report on the issues that I've raised around learners referred abortion, learners referred in terms of contraception. It can be given in writing. Thank you.
Chair, but I'm sorry, Chair. On abortion, I don't think we'll have such numbers, because really, we have a pregnancy policy on how learners should deal, even the education as a sector, teachers and everybody deal with learner pregnancy, and that those learners that are pregnant at school should not be discriminated against. That's what the policy is looking at. But for abortion, we don't have such, and I don't think it's within, maybe Department of Health can tell us, but we don't know the learners who had abortion. We don't refer learners for any abortion. So, Honorable Speakers, I don't think we'll be able to answer that one. Same as contraceptions, because we work with the Department of Health or on integrated school health program, we work with the Department of Health, but we are not focusing much on sexual relationship that is taking place. And because most of the sexual whatever is happening at home, not in schools. That's why it's not easy for us to say we can have numbers, the numbers that Honorable Sukers have here. But the ones that we are within our area of operation, yes, we will do that. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, the acting CFO is back. Nsisa, are you in? Are you
yes,
able to
I'm
speak?
back. Yes,
Yeah,
apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Please
apologies, Chair, I lost connection. One of the issues that was raised was on cancelled tenders. DG is correct that sometimes there would be errors on the bid, but for the fall specifically, the first one was that the cost that was included in the bid by the prospective bidder was too high. It was more than the amount we have in the budget for a particular project. And then for the other three, they did not meet one or two or more of the mandatory requirements. So if they don't meet the mandatory requirements, we cannot proceed with the tender. Thank you, Chair.
We are supposed
Thank
to
you,
be
DM.
done.
We are done.
DM.
Yeah, I wanted to say, I think now we are done, except those statistical questions that we might still bring the statistical questions, but answers. But really on abortion, we can't have any number of any abortion, Chair, really. I can see that Honorable Sukers is writing, it's shocking, abortion, really. Well, DG, maybe I'm not getting it right. Is there any cases of abortion that the department is dealing with, which I don't know, maybe? DG, with your permission, Chair, of course, thank you.
On a point of order, Chair.
Where is Dr. Whittle? He was in the meeting. Where is he? DG?
Chair, on a point of order.
Your order, ma'am?
Yes, I think there may be some misunderstanding here. My question was around the effectiveness of the comprehensive sexuality education pilot project. If the department is not measuring the project, then how in the world are you pushing for a project that in fact includes sexual reproductive rights and that is being run and implemented with the Department of Health? Then there is some misunderstanding, and we as the committee then needs to be briefed on how this program is actually run within the different ever project, and you are not measuring it. Let us not go down to the issue of abortion and misunderstand the question. The question is, you've got a program. The program consists of several elements. Those elements had target specifically certain themes that you have highlighted. I'm asking, have you measured that? Have you measured the effectiveness of your intervention? The policy speaks to ensure accessible provision of information on prevention, choice of termination of pregnancy. That is what your policy speaks to. You've got a pilot project that is being 1,500 schools was the last number that I remember. Thank you, Chair. I'll draft my question and send it in so that.
Please, Honorable Sukers, will appreciate if you redraft the question, because I had you emphasizing how many were referred for termination of pregnancy, how many were referred for contraceptives. So redraft the question, we'll surely respond. We respect this committee, we respect each and every individual member of the committee, and we'll make sure that we respond accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. DG, your hand is up.
I'm fully covered by DM. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, DM.
All right. Okay. No, it's fine then. Let's then agree that there are statistics questions which were raised, which you are going to give us that information. And then Honorable Sukers is going to rephrase questions, and then the department will have to respond to those questions. We are closing it on that note by thanking you, DM, thanking the DG and all the officials from the Department of Basic Education for being part of this BRRR meeting, where we I think we have managed to really deliberate on the issues of the department. We think sekusele kancane man, sekusele kancane for you to get to a clean audit. Whatever the issues are, let's just try to iron those issues. We would so love in this term of ours to leave a clean audit in the department, because at least we would be part of it as well. Let us try to iron those issues. Let us try to bring better, or rather more improved than the improved ones now, audit outcomes. We wish you the best. We know that you are trying to do the best for the Department of Basic Education for our country. We know that you are trying to do the best for each and every learner of our country. We ask these questions because we must always remind ourselves we eat because of asking these questions. We get paid to ask these questions. Nothing personal, nothing funny about it. We are just doing our work. And thank you very much. We are closing this meeting. We are going to reconvene at 3 o'clock. We are going to do Umalusi and SACE, and that meeting will be chaired by Honorable Morosetla. In the afternoon, I will be in the meeting, but he will be chairing those two meetings. Thank you very much. Let's go and have something to eat. We'll come back at 3 o'clock. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, teacher.
I've invited you to come and join me.
I can see that the DM and the DG are upbeat. And then, look, I wanted just to confirm, are we going to use the same link or are we going to have an alternative one?
It's a different one. I'll send it to the group.
No, please. Thank you very much for that.
And you must not be late. You must not be late.
No, I was not late. I was just lost because I did not have the correct link.
Okay, then. All right.
Thank you very much, Mama.
Bye.
He was just delayed. He was not late.
Let's get to my best friend now.
We are going to have a meeting in Cape Town just before the end of the year. We miss you, DG, and your team.
I want you on the ground,
face to face.
I'll go to your province. I want you on the ground, infrastructure projects. Let's meet there at school.
Bye.
And Honorable Van der Walt, I'm coming for you in Limpopo. We together go to schools.
I'll be there.
Yeah, I'll get you. I can even come to Mopane there in your district.
No, in that area,
I'm going to come there.
Okay, Mama.
All right, thanks. Oh, here too.
I'm not sure.